Hello. Hello. Hmm. 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 Hellog sneaker. Hellog. Or Helloff? Helloff? Alrighty. Sorry, let me just get my hair behaving. The hair is the source of my knowledge. Right, first we're going to do a thing. If anyone has C++ knowledge... Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll just wait until more people are here. Because I just need to... Well, the function signature. Let's see. Let's go to Prismatic. That would be an... what do you mean the project file? We go back. We go this one. Oops. File location. Open this U project. That should then do its thing. So yes. That rebuilds. Blah 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 blah. Luke J, hello. Started watching a video a few weeks back and I'm loving it. Hell yes. I'm glad to hear it. Quite glad. Quite glad. I need to make more videos. I haven't made any videos in ages. I have to swap to Twitch. Yeah, fair. It's never a bad choice. Or you could do both. You could watch it or just have it minimized. You know, get that free what do you call it? Exposure. Jack Delta, hello. Shifty, I am streaming. I do be streaming. They call me Mr. Streaming Man. Okay, so now if I go to the this, and so that's functions, blah blah blah. Go here. Can I now? What do you mean this is not found? That's bullshit. Reload. That's it. It's not on your computer. That's not true. It's just a different. I'm literally fucking opening. You know what I need to do? Let's fucking generate Visual Studio project files. There we go. Also, Stooge, how's it going? And Amethyst, welcome in. Hello, buddy. And Girl Cat. I've got 2 cats in here. Alright, let's wait for that to do its thing. Then I just need to fix these errors. Ugh. Something about fucking overloaded virtual function. Makes so much sense to me. That did its thing, yeah. Alright, this should work now. Yo, Pal Scott, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Beard Guardian, how is it doing? How does do it be doing? Alright, so it's in the Prismatoscape source. Fucking in the world subsystems. Prismatoscape world subsystem on world and play. Is that just the same? No, it's different. Alright. Prismatoscape world subsystem. And it has a... So what was Mr. Google saying? Is missing or mismatched priority unidentified. The base entity defined in UWorld subsystem requires a reference to UWorld, virtual void, on-world, end play, UWorld, and in-world override. So where the heck? On-world, end play, UWorld. Where was it saying again? You were saying, and in-world. Here. Well, that's okay, hold on. Why have we got this different? And then in here... So, I mean, I should be able to, in theory. Just chuck that there. God, world is such a fucking weird word now that I look at it, you know? Anyone else think that world is just like weird as fuck? So that's the same. Oh, at end play. Yeah, it's the same thing 4 times, right? Well, we'll just see if a rebuild will work. Got inspired by the balls-based character control. Try to look at the new Chaos Mover. Get the physics part at least. Awesome. How does it look? I haven't actually looked at the physics mover. From what I've gathered, from what they were like talking about it, it's kind of just like it's like the character movement component, but just works better with physics stuff. Because it's essentially just like trying to physics its way to that position. But I don't know if it handles stuff. I mean, because obviously in a lot of games, you have things like controlling your character in the air. So in that case, yeah, you're literally just doing thruster forces and whatnot. But yeah, that one's fine. Any actual errors found and unexpected? Right, so that, yeah. Well, previously this was just that. Yeah. Use any shape, not just capital. Yeah, yeah. Giving error about overloaded. No, fuck, what was it again? Hiding. Hides. Giving error about hides. Fucking hide. Overloaded. Virtual function. This function algorithm matches the name virtual method in a base class, but your parameters differ, thus hiding the base function. Furthermore, U function should not be used on raw delegate callbacks. Here's how to fix the error and bind your data correctly. Update the header file, remove U function, and show your parameters perfectly match the F-world delegates on world cleanup signature. Generator from U-world to U-world. Bool dimension signature. So bool session, bool cleanup resources. Ooh, B session ended. Ooh, B cleanup resources. Yeah. F delegate handle, on world cleanup handle. On world cleanup handle. It's exactly how it fucking should be. Creating physics constraints with neither characters and other. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. The one reason I like the ball is because, like, if the character's not on the ground, they can't push or pull or whatnot. But I guess, you know, if that's not super important, then... yeah. Alright, you know, I'll wait till more C++s are in here to help with this error. I don't know why it would be changing now. I mean, maybe they changed how subsystems, like in later engines, they changed the functions and shit. I don't know. I'm a stupid moron with a big butt. Hello. Oh, game's going all good. You're missing override on the world end function declaration. We can check. Override on the world end function declaration. So that's in our subsystem H. Where we can have it? Yeah. Yeah. Then world end play. So you reckon just chucking that in should? And then we'll check the... Yeah, I'll see if it compiles. Let me just check the world subsystem. So that calls super on end. Let's see. Alright, what the heck were we doing last time? Right, we wanted to do a thing. One thing I was thinking, right, about, like, you know how the character sometimes oscillates like that. Or, you know, can't grip enough. When they're, like, losing balance. I feel like because we try and get them to... So, like, they self-correct by doing... Okay, if they're just standing still. If they're like this, they make their leg shorter. This one shorter. So that they'll fall back over that way. But then I was just thinking, if that's the case, then when they... You know, like, their feet aren't flat when they're trying to walk. Let's see. Found and when expecting, blah, 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 blah. That would be here. That should just be world. That was the one that I thought it didn't save, but yeah, I'll rebuild. Alright, one thing I want to do is... Actually, you know what, dude? While we're in C++ land. I want to look at the physics constraint and see what the how it disables collision between two bodies, just between two arbitrary bodies. Right, so no, it says with the override, did not override any base class methods. So, likely that... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care. Although I wanted to keep it open so I could peruse the engine and see engine UE5 fuck, what's it called? It's called... I've seen a really good version of a system like you're making, and GameDev is the only one I can think of that is good, but it's good because of how jank it is. Yeah, yeah. I also don't even know if Gang Beasts, if it's actually balancing, or if it's just kind of like the limbs are kind of just procedural with some funky, you know, physics limbs kind of following along. Right, what is the... what is it called? Initialize the dude, and there is a... make foot joint. Set up joint, disable collision, physics constraint component. Physics constraint component, where are ya? Or would it just be called physics constraint? Oh, constraint. Dumbass. Alright. Let me into here. And then, can I do disable? What about collision? If true, the collision between two rigid bodies of the constraint will be disabled. Can I get into the page from here? Are you really just a floating orb to the game? Yeah, that's what I imagine. And I mean, that's kind of the smart way to do it, but I'm not smart. How do I... No, wrong dude. How do I just go to the fucking... the CPP of the H? What's the fucking... I just hate. Physics constraint. Alright, you know, okay. Constraint 2. Constraint instance. How do I... Can I... No, it's not. Constraint instance was somewhere. Constraint instance. Alright, how do you... No, just F. Just fucking go to the dude. There, collision. Disable collision, yeah. Disable collision deprecated. Disable collision. This interface, execute on unbroken, constraint read write, constraint handle, fucking blah blah blah. Set collision enabled if unbroken constraint in disable collision. EF physics interface. Physics interface. That'll be fucking everywhere, won't it? Yeah, look, not smart enough. So basically, I just want to be like, get leg joint. Oh, sorry, not even leg joint, leg collision. And just like, disable collision between... Do you know what I mean? See if Google has anything. UE5 BP disable collision between two objects. Set actor enable collision node and set it to false. No, well, hold on. Set actor enable. Allows enabling / disabling collision for the whole actor. Does that just mean nothing will collide ever with anything? Question mark? Get owner. Or does it mean self-collision? do you mean get owner is not an actor? That's literally the... No, that's not... Get the owner... Oh, of this actor. I need context. Owner of this component. There we go. Right, is he just going to... Yep, he just phases out of existence. Goodbye. Is there like a self-collision? Set... No, that's set. No, I don't want project setting. There's a collision disabler plugin. Interesting. Collision filtering? No, that's... What am I trying to do? I'm just trying to disable... So, like... With, like, physics constraints and whatnot, you can disable collision between two bodies that are, you know, joined by a constraint. And, like, in like, a physics asset for a character, you can... For each body, tell it which other bodies to ignore collision with. And so I want to just do that with some random stuff. Like, for example, the feet. You know, this foot, disable collision with, well, everything else. And this foot, disable collision with everything else. And this, disable collision with everything else, but... You know, keep it colliding with the world. But also, it should collide with other characters' legs. So I don't want to, like, use collision channels, because it should, you know... God, he's so bouncy. Keep primitive components? Yes. Yeah, they're just collision boxes. Can I do it as a... Well, yeah, no. I can just get full collision. Yeah, but it's not just about enabling collision or disabling collision. It's about disabling collision between two specific thingos. I mean, there is a way I can do it, but I don't like it very much. But it might just have to do for now, and that is to... Yeah, but I only want to disable collision between the 2 feet of this character, like its own 2 feet, but not with the other characters. And if I was doing it by channel, then it would ignore all the other characters' feet. Do you make money off games? No, I don't. I make money off a plugin for people that make games, and also by making educational videos about game dev stuff. How much you use AI in game dev? Like, depends if you count Google. as AI. Like sometimes I'll search something on Google and it'll be like, yeah, this is what you fucked up. And I'm like, cool. But aside from that, yeah, none. Is there a point to learning it if we can generate games with AI? You can't really generate... You can't really generate games with AI. At least not yet. You'll still need to know how stuff works if you're gonna, you know, want to sell games. But, you know, if you're worried about making money, then games isn't really the place to find it. Such a weird scratch on my neck. Yeah, if you're looking to make money, working at a cafe is better than doing game dev. 100%. Alright, let's get owner. Let's add component by class. So my really dumb way of disabling the collision is to add a component of physics constraint. And then we're going to... What is it? Set bodies? Set components. Set constrained components. Well, no, but then I have to do this for each other one, and then it's just annoying as fuck. It'll just get super fucky in... God, maybe I'll look on the fab. I'd love to make money from games. I mean... It would be nice, yeah. I mean, look, you can make money from games the same way that you can make money from, you know, painting and selling paintings. But it is a very oversaturated thing. If you're doing it as a hobby and you enjoy doing it, and you can also make a bit of money from it to make it, you know, more feasible, then that's great. But if you're looking for a way to make money, and then you're like, oh yeah, and games are kind of cool. I play the Call of Duties. I could make games. Then it's probably not, honestly. But it is very worth doing. I just don't think it's, you know, the most, yeah, there are more efficient ways to get money. And if you can get money more efficiently, then you've got more time to, you know, do stuff. Choo Choo Charles went viral. I mean, you've got to remember that, like, there are, like, literal thousands of games uploaded to Steam every day. And, yeah, like, obviously some of them are going to go viral, but you can't, like, guarantee virality in any way, shape, or form. Like, whenever I open Steam, it's like, oh yeah, there's a game on sale. And I look at it, and it's like, whoa, this looks actually, like, super well made. But it's only got, like, 50 reviews or something. So, and yeah, and then you've got games like, I mean, I'm not saying Choo Choo Charles was, like, low effort or anything. But there's games that, you know, were made by one person as, like, either, like, a joke or as, like, a kind of, you know, small personal project thing that just blew up. Like Only Up, you know? Like Only Up just used a bunch of Unreal Engine templates. you know, with some assets all strung together, and like that was the game, but like that sold, you know, hundreds of thousands, maybe. Well, it doesn't matter if a game sucks or not. All that matters is it gets popular. There's heaps of games that suck, that are really popular, and there's heaps of games that are like masterpieces that no one's ever played. But you just can't guarantee that kind of... You can't really guarantee the outcome. So it's always a safer option to just approach it, you know, as a hobby. If you're going fully independent and whatnot. Set up constraint between the check disable collision flag, configure it as a null constraint that doesn't constrain it. Yeah, that's what I didn't want to do. In multiple pairs of simulating components. Yeah. Set group collision flag, physics utility group. Why? Well, yeah, I guess because they're paired. Three words to say there's no way. Yeah, yep. I don't know. When you're starting with the Builder plugin and while you're developing it, how do you think through the process or steps you follow, and what would you recommend? My steps are usually just go like hard and fast and messy and just like fuck shit up until you get something that like kind of proves that it can work. Then go back and fix it and make it less spasticated. And in terms of like whether to actually like do a plugin or whatnot, it's kind of about like how specific is this to your project, or like how specific is it to yeah, like yeah, how specific is it to your project, and you know, is it something that other people need or want? And then if you're pretty certain that people need or want it, that can kind of dictate how much time you put into it. And then would you recommend polishing and packaging stuff you make to sell on Fab? Yes, but it also depends how much of like an advertisement platform you have. Because I can always, you know, be like, to my YouTube channel, be like, hey, like I did this thing, here's how it works, you can buy it here. And then, you know, like 10,000 people are guaranteed to see it and engage with it. But then, you know, if you're just like a non-YouTube person, then it can be a bit harder, you know, you have to sort of... I mean, asset creators that, like, come to mind that, like, you know, don't have any other presence is, like all the ones that make, you know, 3D assets that are usually, like, yeah, on sale or free for the month, or they're in, like, the humble packages, like, Fresh Can, or Fresh Canned, or Fresh Can 3D. I don't know how they think. Like, that just sticks in my mind as, you know, an asset creator, because I've just seen their name everywhere, and it's kind of self-advertising. And, you know, and I know that they make high-quality assets, so, you know, if I need some assets, then maybe I go and look at them, and so that's how they kind of get stuff. But yeah, it is a very kind of saturated market. You have to kind of do stuff that really basically stuff that, like, people need, but the engine just doesn't offer currently. Exactly. Yeah, so see, as soon as I turn off the balancing, or, you know, the leaning, the additional leaning stuff, the feet are a lot more kind of operable. Like, we're not getting the weird kind of jumping, skipping and stuff. Because, yeah, it's not trying to... It's matching the floor, basically. Cool. I've lived about 2 years without any extra effort for marketing. Only about 10 people see them. Yeah. I mean, that's sort of the case with everything online. It's just about trying to find a way to be discovered. That's like the main obstacle. Yeah, I mean, posting on Reddit, or, you know, getting people to review plugins, you know, if it's a plugin that they use, can be handy. So do I maybe only want to stabilize when we are upright? You know. Yeah. Oh, also I was gonna look up that thingo. Fab. UE5 fab. Disable collision. Plugin. Pluggy? Collision disabler. This plugin will allow you to turn off collisions between physical bodies. Alright, disable collision. Scale mesh versus scale mesh versus single body versus single body. Oh, $18. It's annoying because, like, I know that... Well, I don't know. It's hard to know if they are doing, like, some real scuffed shit under the hood. But... like, I guess I can't really tell you exactly how they're doing it, but... I mean, it is all C++. Yeah, true, yeah. Does it have reviews? I didn't realize I thought they didn't have written reviews anymore. Yeah, yeah. Oh, 18 Australian, that's so much. That's like a whole 2 pizzas, maybe. That's how I operate. That's how my brain operates. It's like, how many pizzas does this cost? Alright, let's see if we can do some wacky shit. I mean, look, it looks like it's working, right? Probably just needs to go faster. Although, again, this is just P controller, so it doesn't really matter that much. Whenever I buy pizza, I buy... Oh, yeah. I guess so. You're not wrong. do just want to double check that these are going around the center point. No, maybe that should be. Well, what's that? That's positive 20 and that's negative 30. Yeah, I don't know, maybe we do want it further in front, which would be, yeah, plus 10. Well, you wanted to disable the collision? I just want to disable collision between this foot and that foot. You know? Rockadoodle, thanks so much for the raid, and I hope you have a good one. And welcome, raiders. We are currently doing silly, silly things. Quite silly. Beautiful. Look at him go. It's a work of art. Nice. All right. Let's. I'm still trying to think. How do we like? Let me put this down a bunch. How are we gonna get this character to come back to a standstill? You know. Because like that works. I mean, but he has to go faster. Which, I mean, we'll want to just make him go faster. Based on the error and stuff anyway. Yeah, there's also the matter of this. That's not too bad. That was to do the feet left, right. I think this is the one that kind of dicks it a bit. Like causes the oscillating. What if that green line doesn't move in Z-axis and the character can't fall as well? The green line. The green line is just their movement vector, which is based on just trying to, you know, self-correct. So is there the foot larger, reduce the speed of the foot strike? Yeah, we could do that. The main reason it's falling over is that I just haven't set up a proper speed controller for the stride. Which we're gonna do now. Do I still have my old PID controller object? PID tester. No, that was using a vector spring lerp, which is not what we want to do. That's of a... Right, yeah. Yeah, how was I doing it back here? Vector, PID, Stra, Priz, vector PID controller, which was an object. So object, target, current, delta, the accumulated error, the blah 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 blah, the proportional integral derivative. We have the error, accumulated error, derivative, previous error, integral max clamp, use integral max clamp, update PID. Well, that runs the PID, and then set PID values is the static values. Then there was this one, the PID vector struct. And then I think I was just like, yeah, object makes more sense. Yeah, let me see if that actually... I can't even remember. So test character had the PPCMS base class. This guy, which was using... ground control factor. Where the fuck was that? No, so this was using vectors, but then where was I? Right, I had an update PID in here that would do it all. I feel like a separate object is... Well, no, I guess this is more efficient. Does it have a struct on the thing that's being processed and then give it the functions to deal with it? So maybe we can do that. Although I will need to move. Right, then there was just a PD. Which does the same thing, but just without the set values. Yeah. If I was a C++ nerd, I'd be able to write functions, you know. Why are legs so short, capsule so tall? The capsule is supposed to go down to like the knees of the character. The hips are here, so it's about the same as... a character if they were on the ground. Yeah, so like there. Although it does kind of bend. Because obviously it doesn't have knees. We just extend the pistons instead of having knees. And I think the weight of the capsule can kind of, yeah, press down a bit. Maybe the PID function should be in like a blueprint function library. Perhaps I'll have to update Prismatic Escape plugin to 5.7, or am I missing something? It threw an error that I will need a smart C++er to help fix this error. Let's go world subsystem on world endplay hides overloaded virtual function. And I've tried fixing it, but it's just not happy. So I'll need to fix that, and then if we get that fixed by tonight, or if someone can help fix, then it should be updated by, yeah, tomorrow. Right, that just works, which is good. Probably change it on up to, yeah, that's what I figured. So yeah, I'll have to dig through the world subsystem class and see what it's using. I'll call this... Just thinking, do I ever want... No, I guess I really only want... set values. So that's then gonna... Oops. Do the thing. I'll be right back. One sec. Alright, hello, we're back. So we've got these... Yeah, again, they're in a thingo, but whatever. Let's... I also need to... This struct. You know what? Maybe I'll move the struct. No, I should probably copy it. Copy and replace. Or, actually, even better. No, I should. Yeah, no, I'll do ppfit appendage struct. Copy. How the fuck do I... Where's physical feet? Oh, that's appendage struct. What am I doing? Give me the vector PID struct. We're gonna copy here. And then we're gonna call this pp feet. Vector PID struct. Then in our global functions, it's gonna get angry, isn't it? Can I say pp feet vector PID struct? And when we compile, it gets angry. Set memes. Proportional, integral derivative, integral max clamp, and that guy. And that's taking the right input, yeah? Yeah. Alright, PID update, do the same thing, but way more. Break. Proportional, integral, derivative, accumulated error, previous error, integral max clamp length, integral max clamp length, bam bam. And then on the other end, we need to set memes. Set memes. Current error, accumulated error, current derivative, previous error. Bam, bam. Easy. And then just the PD only, I guess, which is probably useful to have. So that can go PP feet. So just proportional and error. Which is in the temp error, change in error. And we set again over here. What the fuck is that? Instant struct? What you talking about? Yeah, I know. So then you fuck off. And then you go set memes. Current error, current derivative, previous error. Nice. Do that, and then schmuck, and then book. Sweet. Okay, so we should be able to set up PID's nuts now. Without any... Yeah. Actually, these need to be exposed. Category. PID. 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 And access, yeah, public. Is there something, or is it the whole library that needs to be exposed? Or will these just show up? probably fine. Alright, let's go to our feet, man. Feet base, new variable. This is the stride. Stride PID. Well, it's more like the speed. Or the velocity. Driver PID. And then he's a PP feet. PID. Can't pass default value. Yeah, well, duh. Cool. And we probably also want one just for balance, but... yeah. We also need like a suspension value, which maybe is worth doing. Just in the Z of the movement XY. I don't know. So let's just go to the balance. Currently, we're just doing... Are we planted versus strided? This is if we've lost balance. If we've gone from being planted to then striding, then we reset our walk. Plants versus strides. Then we do some shit. Then here is where we're fucking around with step length, movement vector, blah 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 blah. So let's yote this. Get all that dead. Let's go velocity, driver, PID. This will then become our desired movement vector. Which should be... Well, no, I guess we have a... We need to do two, like an almost feeding back controller, where we have a target lean, right? Target lean is usually straight up. But then we have a, you know, yeah, we get it. Oops. But then if we want to move, then we want to be able to, like, tilt, right? So this is tilt, or what do we call it? Lean to stride PID. And then we're going to need another one, which is our... Can I duplicate? Which is our... What do you call it? Target to lean. Or like target balance. And then this is balanced to stride. Balance to stride, we can just do this, get the up vector, convert that directly. So we go update PID. And the output of this will be our desired movement vector. I also need to the values, set the values, which should be, I mean, ideally we'd be setting this just at the start, but I can't be fucked, so we're just going to set it before every update. YOLO, so the target is that, and then the current is, sorry, the target should be the difference between this, which is the lean, that would be the current, then the target is, well, I guess it's just straight up, right? Or I guess 0 is probably the better way of putting it. Could do this. Increase the scale more. Why are they going so slow? I see. So the error this would be throwing is the lean. So that would, yeah, it'd be saying go back the other way, right? Or is it? No, it's... Right, it should be the opposite of that. Those are some very large values. Okay. Are they not going the correct direction? Ugh, bitch. So let's try and make the character lean slightly forward. So that's the target up vector edge. So we want to be like, okay, well, this is the current. So you should go to this. And then that should just only get turned into XY. Just the XY components, then, yeah, into there. So you're now, yeah, only going like one-ish. Now that's a normal value. Now we just need to tune the fuck out of this. Okay, 80. So you can go up to that value, but it won't actually move. Well, maybe that's why. Need to scale the output. Maybe. Okay, why were you going backwards there? No, Unreal. You know, I might just... Let's try just like locking the character to their Z-axis. Sick of them kind of going all fucky. So they definitely moving. But they're moving too much, you know? I think they might be moving too much. Let me take off the stabilizing up here. And then... yeah, I'll just do that. I might make the steps bigger sooner. Maybe not that big. See, it's never enough to get him upright. That's where like tuning the fuckery probably comes in. But then he goes too fast, too skits. Let me just see what happens if... Because the other thing, right, might be that our legs just aren't strong enough. Like the motors. So if we just like, let's just fuck around and do 10,000 on the linear. And like 20,000 on the angular. And then another 20,000 on the angular. Just to like really... Because like in theory, yeah, if it was 100% strong and in the right position, then it should work well. Which this is doing, I believe. Yeah, the feet are doing normal stuff. Also, if I change it to... Is it? No, it's not. Yeah, okay. I'll try using the actual walk, which has the... No, we're just flat-foot right now. I mean, that's fine. I think flat-footed is the most consistent. Well, now with them a lot stronger, we can probably up the feedback of this. It's too much. I guess it is like the integral needs to factor into it. Like the longer that we're on the ground for, the quicker that builds up. So there's a proportional factor, the derivative dampening, and then the integral factor. Staying the center of mass between the lasers makes it impossible to fail. Yeah, but then if we want to move, if we actually want to move, then it's a bit of a problem, you know? Okay, that looks... Well, aside from when it skitzes, that looked very stable. Obviously, it struggles with changing direction if it goes from forward to back, then it kind of shits itself. We kind of need to... Well, I don't know, the movement speed per second, the current step length. I guess like below 100 units. We want to have the same step length, but the movement speed lowers so that it just kind of... Rather than letting it get infinitesimally small steps. You know? Maybe at 50. Then 50 to 150. Active for vertical axes. Well, I don't really want to constrain it too hard, because it should... The whole point's kind of to move away from, like, the, you know, kinematic character movement, where it's like, capsule here, then the next frame, you know, move it by the velocity and set its position to be there. We want it to be like a kind of naturally emergent mess machine. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I believe we'll get there at some point. I've kind of done it before with just a ball instead of feet, which is kind of... It's a similar enough concept, you know, just instead of the ball, it's 2 feet doing this, which can kind of, yeah, go omnidirectionally. But yeah, I mean, I could pretty easily copy a lot of this 1-to-1, as long as the output, because like all the ball is doing is correcting the lean. Like it goes based on, you know, the lean or the desired acceleration of the character, which is determined by the lean of the character. Oh yeah, you can see here, target lean. Target lean, so if I want to move to the side, target lean goes here, and it does its thing. And then, yeah, once the velocity is achieved, the target lean, well, we don't have to accelerate anymore because we're at our target velocity of 500. Which is this red one. Well, yeah, velocity target, current velocity, as that, you know, as they get the same, we don't have to continue accelerating. And yeah, there is a slip amount. Yeah, I mean, this worked really well, but it just has some limitations. Like going upstairs and also trying to stay still on slopes. Slopes just didn't work very well because the sphere only has like a single point of contact that's like essentially zero, like zero width, because it's like a true sphere. So, yeah, that's why I wanted to go with feet. And the feet is, like, super stable on slopes already when I'm, you know, stabilizing it. But then it's just about actually getting the... Well, I guess, yeah, you could think of the ball as the rotation of the feet. Which we do have working... functionally, but it just needs to be implemented properly. But yeah, you can see if I tried to go up stairs, it's just like, it just not. It just looks dumb, you know? So, yeah. Let me see where the base class is. Let me just look through our... what we used to do. What we used to. So this is all pretty much in one. Alright, so make sure they're all awake. Right, we do have the current... Get physics angular velocity in degrees, which was the current real stride. Then I was just converting that to the linear velocity because it's a sphere, you know. Then we were getting the z rotation relative velocity. That was mainly just for, right, facing direction speed multiplier. Then we were getting the physics linear velocity of the feet and feet position. Then we were checking if floored which is a ground control factor, which is distance from the floor, which got set in here. No, it doesn't. Yeah. Oh no, right, no, it does it here. So if we're on the ground, set that to 1. If we're not on the ground, then lerp it to 0. Then we were doing traces. That's the floor trace. Contact point, contact normal, current contact velocity of the thing, of the ground itself. In-air stuff, don't care right now. Get the center of mass. We get the angular velocity of the thing that we were on. Here we're getting the absolute velocity based on the center of mass location, which again we don't have to do as much either. Contact to center of mass vector, current relative velocity, which is relative to the floor, which again we're not worrying about currently. Relative acceleration, cool. The slip amount, yep. If we're grounded, do another trace. This was just to do upcoming slope. Look ahead. Oh, yeah, forward detection for slopes. Determine the stable vector, which was our contact normal, cross up, cross slope vector. But then depending on the velocity, yeah, right. So that's if we were running up a slope. We don't need that right now. Velocity relative to floor. Okay, so this is where the actual PIDs were happening. Slow movement direction accounted for doesn't So we were taking target velocity, and then the current velocity gives us a what acceleration do we want. From that acceleration, we determine the lean vector, target lean. Which we were just applying as a torque from our fulcrum. In our case, we would want to then use that. Well, that would be like our feet. Like, using our feet to do that. I could also do lower our center of gravity. So yeah, get our target lean. Then we're just adding the torque. Yeah, cool. Add torque along the up vector so we face the correct way. Yeah. Then here, the stride PID. So this was taking the contact to center of mass vector, the desired stable vector as the current, and we want to zero it out. So this one, we're trying to lean over. In this one, we're trying to catch up to the lean. And that creates velocity. So that's our acceleration. Target stride, linear velocity. Target stride, linear velocity. Add the acceleration to that target, and then that goes into another controller to set the angular velocity target of the feet spring. Yeah. So in order to figure out how fast our balls need to be moving linearly to catch up to the shaft. Or the capsule. Vortex Alab, hello, hello. Why not C++? I just don't know it. I just don't know how to code. I'm just not that smart. We're not doing stepper. So, okay, so in here we were doing the target lean. So based on current lean, we want to go to here. We want to be straight up. Therefore, we get the acceleration that we want to apply. We add that to... Well, I think the reason I was doing it this way was because we were, yeah, with the feet, setting an angular velocity target. But I guess that also does apply to the thingo. And then there was an additional one down here, which was just a corrective. Oh, that was for stepping up, which we might have unplugged. I can't remember. And then everything else that was going on here is just, yeah, getting, setting, drawing debugs, and this was all animation stuff. Yeah. Okay, so the gist was a controller to control the leaning, which was just torque-based, which is kind of cheating. And I do want this as well. I mean, it's more like damping than... Like, if I do this, right, and I just say, like, oh, we want to be... Well... Let me go to this guy. Okay, no, he's just... Let's get it out. Why is he going so skits? Is it just because I had the input going poorly? Step length. Butter, one thing made me curious. Why not use physical animation for your task? Not that good in this topic, so much. Why not read some of those values from simulation of the body setup, scaling meshes, one with the capsules, etc. Should be possible to read that in AnimGraph. So physical animation, it would just be more expensive on one hand, because we're doing like a self-balancing dude. He shouldn't be trying to walk there. Yeah, so because we're doing like a very simplified setup. How do I put it? We essentially want to have this be the representation of the character, not the character itself. Whereas physical animation It's kind of hard to explain. Physical animation is just that, right? Also, I'll wait for the ad to finish, just in case you're not there. Should be like 5 more seconds. Also, Vortex. Easily master C++, you do a much more complex thing now in C++ than Unreal and pure C++. This is legal C++ for development. Yeah, I mean, I've done a little bit of C++, but it's mainly just, like, exposing things to Blueprint. But I'm sure I could do it. But I know that, like, even if I did know C++, I'd always want to be prototyping stuff in Blueprint. And I think the way that I will learn C++ is by making stuff in Blueprint. So I've, like, figured it all out, and then I can translate it into C++ and then learn C++ by translating. Yeah, Bada, so physical animation is more just for animation, right? It's like physical animation is more like having like a puppet on strings, you know? So like the strings are the targets, so where the hands in the animation should be. But you're essentially just like pulling things along, or like trying to get the hand to reach this position. And you know, if something bumps it, it'll like do that and like come back to that position. But usually you have to like, yeah, like lock the pelvis in place, and then the legs and the limbs and stuff can do their kind of floppy stuff. So it's more like if you've got a character that's like suspended, and then you can move their limbs and stuff, whereas what we're trying to do is more like the character holds itself up. And then in terms of like the animations, we can use, you know, the stride of the character and the stride of, you know, the walker, and run the animation based on that. And just use blend spaces. So it means we can still have like fully keyframed animation and whatnot. And we don't have to like simulate, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Like, a minimum of 21. 21 physics bodies and constraints between those physics bodies. Whereas with this, we can get walking with just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 physics bodies and 2 constraints. And we don't have to fuck around with knees. Knees are just not. Knees ain't it, you know? Because vehicle plugins required setup, but you can add animation on top of that. Yeah, kind of, yeah. I should also do in the... I should be able to just scale... the Z. Or not even the Z, just like the movement in total. I'm doing a lerp somewhere. Here we go. Plan versus stride. And then also min. Choose this small. So if we go current stride movement speed divided by 10. Maybe divided by 25. So as we go down to below 25 speed, then yeah. Maybe we'll try 100 on that. Calm down. No, stop. Guys, there. Off he goes. Stupid ass. Alright, so let's ditch this for now, right? We're just gonna... balance, maybe. So desired movement vector XY. This is where we want to move, right? Which is like, you know, WASD. So in here we were going target velocity, current velocity. Gonna have verse eventually when we get a scripting layer as we use C++ verse. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on verse. A lot of people have said verse is kind of just like a... I don't know. I feel like they should improve Blueprint more. Because, like, Blueprint is what got a lot of people into Unreal Engine, you know? Like, having the visual graph of, like, logic execution. At least that's what got me into it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have started GameDev, full stop. And, yeah, they should improve C++. They should just improve a lot of stuff. Where's the visual representation of verse 2? Well, yeah, I mean, that... If they keep the UI the same, then... BP2, yeah, yeah. Center of gravy. Let's also do... So center of gravity velocity is what we're looking at. Which would be this guy minus the the current minus the previous, which is then divided by delta world seconds, and that is the promoter variable center of gravy velocity. Or maybe I'll call it character absolute velocity. And then we set it there. Do I need to know the current acceleration? Probably not. No, robotic science also uses Unreal, feeds IRL data into the model, then you can run sims based on that data, redo it. Yeah. Yeah, Svitch, how's it going? So, absolute velocity. And then, so we get the slopes, we get the balanced stuff. Let's get the absolute velocity. So what was I doing in here? I can't remember if I was actually using those defaults. I think I might have been. Let's just see. Get find references. Okay, literally just there. So yeah, so it would just be using these values, which I can just do here. So that was set to 1, 0.1. And then this is just, yeah, the target velocity, the current velocity. That was just to smooth it out, which we may not need to do. And there's an effort factor. Don't need to worry about that right now. Traction factor. We also don't need to worry about. So it's literally just this output to the current velocity acceleration. Target, current, delta world. Okay. So then we were saying do that. Current velocity acceleration. To convert that to like an angle, a lean. Then we had a target lean vector, and then the current was the current balance vector, which we can probably just use the up vector for. And then that would give us fulcrum torque necessary to then correct ourselves, which we will be using our feet to do, but we can also do a bit of fake fuckery. some talk. Love a bit of talk. They call me Talk Jorkus. Should be current target acceleration. Like overall movement acceleration. And then... well, no, is it even the target? We call it Val Excel. Which we then turn into a lean vector based on the desired acceleration. But then I'm pretty sure we reuse that down here, where we do some counter. And we add that to the stride linear velocity. Yeah. It just got down Prismatiscape 5.7. Yes. I just need to fix. Where'd my paint go? I just need to fix these errors, which I think is just the same error. So I just need to essentially find world subsystem class and just make sure that the tags match. But I'll do that shortly. I will do that shortly. Ooh. I tried override at the end and it didn't. It got angry at me. And so based on the lean target lean vector and a current lean vector, you want to rectify that by walking. Well, no, sorry, by talking. Walking and talking. How hilarious. What PC do I have? I have a 2080 Super graphics card and a Ryzen 9 12-core CPU with 64 gigabytes of, I don't know, 6-year-old RAM. And I run Windows 10 Unactivated Edition. I already have a target lean. Target. So then we have our, so that's target balance. That's not the target balance PID. That should be the... Well... Let's call this the acceleration PID. And this one is going to be our balance PID. So that's the current. Wait, hold on. Current. I got lean. Well, that should be. I guess we don't care about the yeah. These guys. And then I guess I can do that to talk. That's talking world space though. Well, I guess that's kind of easy to know the slope of. Target facing vector. This one gets crossed and then some fat multiplier, yeah. Target facing vector. We'll just say face X. So this should not do much. Let me also just turn the... Let me just turn stride speed to 0. Cool. Very cool. God, he gets angry when he falls over, doesn't he? Right, that doesn't have any fucking values in it. So that was going 3-1. Hold on, let me just do these ones. I see. Yes. Here we go. Let's do this. No, bitch. Why are you going upside down? No, stop. Why? Why do you want to be upside down so bad? Is it you? You know what, I'm gonna put the damping up. Give me damping. Stop fucking spazzing. Ah. I'm spastic. Why do you do that? I don't understand. Up vector. Target lean. Current. Should give us the difference between the current and the target lean. Desired movement vector should be 0. Correct that. Oh, fuck. You know what it is? It's that the absolute velocity center of gravity starts at 0. We need to, on begin play, get the center of gravity. Oh, so that should be called calc center of gravity, not get. So we need to do that first before we start dicking with stuff. Yeah. Because it was saying that the current center of gravity was like at 0, 0 on begin play, and then suddenly it was up here, so it thought that its acceleration was like 1 billion for the first frame, which is why it would then dick out. Yeah. No, I am. Don't doubt my caffeinated soy-based beverage wantingness. So that is trying to, yeah, maintain uprightedness through kind of hacky means, but yeah. Can you do a talk? That's in radians. How are you doing? So if it was positive, then it's right, it's a negative feedback. I should probably put all these in our debug values. Why is it doing that? I don't understand. Is that because of the offsets and stuff? That's funny. So this one here is character capital forward vector. This is movement or desired movement vector. Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling brain foggiest. Maybe we'll fix that. C++ thinger. And then just maybe wrap up. Just a nice short, sweet stream, 3 hour. Good sesh. So, subsystem, C++. I can't believe I did this in 2024. That's so fucking long ago. So it was the end. Where the hell is our? Here you go. On world end play, world, blah 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 blah. True. Thank you very much. Okay, so we need to go... What's this derived from? World subsystem. Take me to this. And we go to end... On world end play. U-world and in-world. But, like, I tried that. On world begin play, on world end play. Oh, gotcha. Alt O? Alt. It's not. Elmer. Basically. Yeah, it's probably it probably used a rider. Basically, so this error, right? You Prismatic Escape World subsystem on world end play hides overloaded virtual function. So this guy here, on world end play, something, you know, is whatever. The only thing I can see that is the same, oh sorry, that's different, fuck, where to go? I'm lost. Here we go, on world end play. This is in the CPP. U world hash world. Sorry, star world. And then in here, it's the same. U world star world. But then in world subsystem.h, it's U. Sorry, where the fuck was it? On U world and in world. So I'm guessing I just need to change that. In the thing and play. Control K, control. Ah, okay, yep. End play, U world and in world, and then also in here, U world and in world. And then we just see if it works. See if it yells at us, and, you know. YOLO. So one thing I don't like about written code is, like, you don't know if it's right or not. Like you can't fuck up blueprint. Okay, see here, look. Found and when expecting star. Don't forget to call super on world and in world. Implementation. Yeah. Well, I guess it doesn't actually do anything with the start and end play. Well, no, on world begin play. And that's it. When it says virtual void, and in here it's only void, is that like I'm just not a oh, we'll begin play. Around we'll end play. order to add virtual, right? But do I need to do that if I'm overriding, you know, like a parent function? Yeah, okay. And we'll then play UWorld and InWorld, which is, again, what it says here. Yeah, and then Super. So, on world and play UWorld and InWorld. Yep. Virtual for override. Yeah, yeah. Which is here. Now it's virtual void, blah, 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 blah. This bool... So, are these booleans maybe not present anymore? On world end play. World subsystem H. Are they just not part of the function anymore? Also, I'll be right back. I need to pee. Alright, we're back. Does any implementation of the parent subsystem that has a function that takes other than UWorld as parameter? Yeah, yeah. So that must just be deprecated, right? Bool session ended, bool clean up resources. Well, okay, hold on. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. YOLO it. You see, here it's still saying that it's expecting a asterisk instead of the and, the ampersand. What's the difference? Someone tell me What the fuck? And why is it that, like, in world subsystem, it's happy to use the ampersand on world end play, but in here, it's like reference is point. Okay, so it should be fine if I say U world. Right? If I just chuck that and just fucking just do your thing. Things don't matter. Well, yeah. Yeah, no, I could just then. Huh? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Because, like, the thing is, right, it compiled, like, it built when I built it. It's just that the Unreal automatic fucking builder thing threw this error and sent me an email. Wait, I'm waiting. Right, so it should be. Alright, and could you say that again, but in English? just tell me what I need to do. Remove U function. You mean this guy? I'll, you know. I think it didn't like that. Am I banned? Cannot copy paste. It might. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done anything. I know YouTube can get a bit weird with thingamajigs. Go back to HSABB, so you and okay. So in here it was on world end play, yep. And then in here on world end play, amp of sand. Literally on world end play. That's the header, yeah. In here. So in the CPP, okay. So then in here on world end play, U world and ampersand in-world, implementation, blah, blah, blah. And then super, call soup. Oops, sorry, I'm just carving a totem. So wait, where would I call super? At the very end, pretty much like. Oh no, that's if. I don't want to do it here, right? Some shit like that. Is that where that goes? I can't see the brackets. I've got like bracket dyslexia. So when you want the code to, well, I think I want it to happen at the end, regardless of. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Going to get their errors. You can run this command. Yeah. Do you want the parents implementation before your code or after? Probably after? Okay, we'll just see what happens. We do a little, you know. Why is everything in red visual? I don't know. It's just fucked. Everything's fucked. Parent implementation is non-existent. Yeah, no, yeah, look, yeah. I noticed that in here on World End Play. But then in here, it doesn't do anything. But I mean, even if it doesn't do anything, it still declares it in here. I don't know. What does that get world function doing? Give me a sec. Yeah, I don't know. I had Sov write this for me, like, years ago. So, like, your guess is as good as mine. This one here, get world. So what? Just. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, whoops. Oops. Aha. Yeah. Have we figured it out? So this function expects a pointer. Put in on-world end, you get a reference. Right, so should this want a reference? Should I change this to an Andy boy? You know what? Fuck it. We just raw dog it. What can we lose, you know? What more is there to lose? What more can this program take from me? Who would have thought that just like having one symbol not correct would just fuck everything up, you know? Like, thanks C++. Thanks Unreal. Thanks written code. No, it's still... Okay, so it still wants a star. Don't change the get function. Okay. Don't... What was it that you were saying? Let me go back. Where the fuck was 18? I'm gonna get you to return to whatever world subsystem. The Prismatiscape world subsystem. Give in world, get world to the get function. So in here, or in so to replace world with in with star in world in your world end function. Star in world. Oh, sorry, that's like that. In both? In here. And the on-world end play. Between brackets. What the fuck? Okay, so leave these as before. With the ampersand. And then in the CPP. Right, you're saying replace world with in world, as in here, get star in world. So all of the references to world here should be in world. And then there's super. Yep. And then, yeah, do I need... Well, when I call super, that's... Does that need the star? Super leave as is. Okay. Look, we'll give it a run. We'll see if it's happy. It still says expecting this, found this when expecting that, in number 26. It should be, okay. So, can I just go back? Okay, forward. So this should be... Here is a method signature, it's not matching the original signature. What version of UE? I'm in... This one is 5.7. Yeah, and it's not matching the original signature, but whenever I tell it, whenever I give it the matching signature, Virtual Void on world end play U world ampersand in world. It compile with the correct version. Well, it is Unreal Engine 5.7 project, even though it says 5.4. That's just what the session's called. And then I've generated, I've dumped, you know, intermediate blah 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 of the thingos, created session file, done that, whatever. You were saying place it in get world in the place implementation. So you mean this one? Replace this to in world dot get world. Does that need an extra bracket, or have I... No, yeah. Yeah. Alright, well, we do a little try-in, we just do it, you know? We're just hacker man. No, it's still expecting in this guy, line 26, it wants this to be an asterisk. On world end play. Override. And then if we look at what that's deriving from, on world end play. Well, no, fuck off. How do you go up to the parent from here? That just gives me a find symbol results. F12. You know, if I look, we go to world subsystem. It's right here on world end play, virtual void on world end play, U world, ampersand in world. Well, these are just in different due to texture share API. And then there's the two here. That's another texture share subsystem, which isn't mine. This is this. You actually need to have references has comes my I change run configuration right now. I have UE5 program registration. English. You guys are like literally my chat, like Twitch chat GPT, you know? Box at the top, drop down. Box at the top. Box at the top. Box at the top. There's a million boxes. Oh, here. Okay, yeah. So configure. Oh no, here. Unreal build tool. I mean, that's the one that they. The yellow schmizzly icon. The green. But you want the one next to it. Don't think that's an issue. Yeah, I don't know. I can try with the Unreal build tool. It'll probably say the exact same thing though. And it is using, yeah, 5.7. Blah 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 blah. And still, it's not happy. Is it just cursed? Yeah, I know. As in the... we fix it. I mean, honestly... I was like, there's something else that's on the compiler's just getting confused. I mean, maybe, yeah. Honestly, yeah, maybe, yeah. So... As in the Prismatiscape folder only? So just this session. Missing engine API. The method is not being exported because missing layering API. Oh, and just build this, right? Yeah, still same thing. Well, look, yeah, the on-world begin play has engine API, but the on-world end play doesn't. But this is the engine code. This isn't my stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right. You know what? Let me exit. Let me get the... Which one was the fucking latest one? Let me get this. I'm gonna send this to Almarath and or Barda. Any hot Latinas? No, sorry. I'm very white. Apologies. Oh god, I got so many fucking... message requests. Do I... Yeah. Let me go here. Search Elmer. How does Discord work again? I think I found you. Mr. D. Mr. DT. Alright, let me... Yo! Alright, and then I go add file, the thing. Where is it? Here, plugins. This guy. So this is the one that I sent directly. This is the one that I sent to Epic that threw the error. And it has the binaries and stuff cleared. Don't feel like I feel like Codex would catch the issue pretty. I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, I'm sure like anything that isn't Visual Studio 2022 would probably just instantly fix this, like, while I'm asleep. But I mean, do I have stickers that can... Do I have smooth brain? Smooth brain. That's my brain. Hell yeah. Riders, yeah, everyone talks about Rider. Right, what were we doing? I was doing feet stuff, but then I was like, oh, maybe we should wrap up because my brain was kind of like fucked. But now I'm thinking maybe I'm like, maybe do a bit more feet stuff. Yeah. I mean, look, I've known that for like the entire 5 years that I've done GameDev. That like Rider is better. Rider is better and VS is trash. Okay, so yeah, so let's go back to our dude, feet dude, and get our, well, firstly, no, see, that's not the right possess. Let's go possess player 0. I go this, then, okay, well, we are stuck in the character's head, but that's just because I destroy the camera on begin play. Which we don't want to do. No way the error for the, because your overrider function is exposed as U function, but function exposed as U function can't have references that are not as const. Myva. Oh. So then what would the solution be? Well, what was the parent function Ah, uh, right, yeah, make a wrapper. Vatog, hello, hello. Good evening from Australia. Okay, so there's our dude. Let's just do like a fucking left control pressed. Fucking, I don't know. Speed. On press, speed, 150. On release, 400. And then speed. Camera input, speed. Well, do this, do that. That's our movement. X1. Cool. Manadono, hello, hello. Welcome in. So that should be doing it every tick. Desired movement vector XY on his PP base. Current movement input. Yeah, we're doing our scuffed ass shit there. So then if... Yeah, enabled input. Yeah. Okay, but our movement vector is getting set to be 0. Well, is that our movement vector or our desired movement vector? Yeah, let's just find refs. Setting it. Nope. We're getting it and doing some shit. We're getting it again. Getting it. Getting it. So then how is it not... Ah, you know what it is? I'm dumb as fuck. I didn't set the default speed to be 400. Okay, so now we should get... Yeah, that's where I want to go. Green is go. Green is where go happen. Green is where we go. And let's just see, does the... Yeah, holding control will make me think. Okay, so what we need to do is... Hello, lady cat. What's she doing? What is it? So big and fat. Nope, down she goes. Alright, well... Didn't want to hang out with you anyway. Blurry. Cool. Alright, I'll be one sec. Okay, we're back. We're back. We are back. Look who it is. He's back again for one more round. He's back. Yo, Jed, Gwen, Graham, how's it going? Welcome in. Schwelcome, schwelcome. You've joined at just the right time. Not much is happening. Yeah, you've come to the right place, Jed. You've come to the right place. And by the right place, I mean this is fucked up. Do not try this at home. Alright, let's just see what our balance is doing. If I do this... Okay, he's just like fucking straight up. Well, I mean, that's what it should be doing, right? He's leaning and whatnot. Well, no, it should be doing this when we're moving. When we're stationary, we kind of want it to, yeah, counter. Or just fucking stay straight. Yeah. We were doing some C++ earlier, Jed. You'd be so proud of me. Did it for about 10 minutes. Couldn't fix the issue. And then gave up. Fantastic. We were winning. Where the hell is... This should be called Determine Appendage Targets. And then that's actually moved. Yeah, word salad is like exactly. Build success, hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I'd love to know what the issue was. Developing plugin was a horrible idea, full of regret. Yeah, look, it's one of the things of all time or something. I don't fucking know. It sucks. Bro, it sucks. Alright, let's just on... Dingo. Let's just get desired movement vector. And we're just gonna just fucking interp that motherfucker. V-interp to the target is that. Wait, then what goes in here? I guess the previous one. But then... You can think in Slate. You can ask him anything. That's crazy. That is way too fast. Oh. Oh my god, but, well, actually no, that it might be working, but it's just that I'm not using the smoothed one in the debug values. Smoothed target val XY. Okay, cool. That's not fast enough. 5 maybe XD. How's the rest of your stream, Jed? I was lurking and don't know where that was going. Lurk and smirk. I was lurking and smirking. Make the plane. You close it on the marketplace. You try to scrape as much money from it as possible. You don't update it. You later release the source code for free because you're such a good guy. You tell people, "Fuck you. You got the source code. It's your problem now." I mean, yeah. Look, that's about where I'm at. That's how I feel. Okay, cool. So that's I'm gonna smooth target XY. Then let me just in here. Let's just fucking right, here we're doing a thing. Let me just set it to do your walk. Do the walk. No, you little shit. Why are you not progressing? Trying to escape at a US stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, this thing is going okay. You could say. I just want to yeet that for a sec. We managed to get all of our stuff working. And you know what, we'll just fucking do... Well, it should be using the smoothed one. Which does it... No, that doesn't matter. It's in here. Where do we do our fucking... This guy. Let's go smoothed. Target val. Rotate that motherfucker. And the rest of it is fine. Okay, so we should be, yeah. So this is what we want to happen, right? Except we obviously don't want it to, like, collide with itself, because it's just... Yeah, you know how it is. That's one of the fucky things, right? Is that, like... when we're going forward versus like when we change direction. It'll just snap over. Although, I mean, this is just using the desired movement vector, which is incorrect. Usually it would be using the tilt of the character to do that. Which the tilt of the character has to go from here through this to that way. So we could likely zero it out. You know, take it through the idle position when we do that. But I don't know, like, how do you... As a human person... Also, I feel like this is too biased forward. Sorry, let me just fuck with this. I just want that in this guy. No, fuck. Oh, does that select all? Can I just... No. Can I... There we go. I want them all back 5. That should update real time, right? Yeah. That's more or less even back and forth. Yeah. I can't remember what the fuck I was talking about. What was I talking about? Right, yeah. As a human being, how do we... You guys are humans, right? If you're walking forwards, but then you want to walk backwards, what happens? I mean, I'd get up and test it myself, but I'm wearing pajamas. I mean, if anything, if you were slowing down, you would then reverse your stride. But in our case, it's like we don't... Going backwards isn't the reverse of the stride. It is the... It's the rotation of the stride. Let's just say you're going forward and then you need to go backwards, but you continue looking forwards. Wait, why does that not... I wonder why that isn't adjusting. Determine appendage targets based on the pitch, character movement pitch, rotate pitch, or the trajectories and shit. Did I unplug that? No. Don't want that. That just makes it stick out the anus vector. Those don't matter. So why would the character movement pitch Should just be doing that. Shouldn't be going to that at all. These cascaders, I mean, yeah, probably good. I don't understand why when I hit simulate, if I lean forward, they should be walking as though they're on a flat surf. Maybe this is what was going wrong. Let me also just check that our... Okay, well, whatever the fuck's printing that needs to die. Print string here. Delete. Character facing pitch. Da, 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 da. Ah, it's because I unhooked the balance function. Because I'm dumb. Wait, but why would that matter? That doesn't actually do any of the shit. That all gets done in stride slope calculations. Which is here. Get all these guys do the stuff. Character capsule, character capsule. That should be the smoothed target velocity. Oh, you know what it is? It's that there is no smooth target velocity. Yeah, because if it's... Let's just set this to be forward for now. Okay, now it actually knows that it's going forward. Ah, and that should be forward for... Well... Forward 150. Okay. So green, it's moving forward. Now it will actually, yeah, it'll go... The legs will tilt properly. They'll think that they're moving along the ground. And the ground is flat. Yeah. And that also applies to this. Well, if the ground was... Yeah. So yeah, we should be maintaining a pretty decent contact with the floor. Cool. Funny cats. That's our idle pose to striding lerp. So if we just say idle pose, yes. Now he is in idle pose. Alright, so we'll take him off the harness. So he's actually sitting. Cool. And he will just fall over because we're telling his feet and his legs to just like match, you know, his tilt and the tilt of the ground. So that just feeds back to essentially them not giving any resistance. Which is what we do want when we're moving. But when we are idle or planted, that's when we want it to adjust. Although we may even want it to adjust while we're moving as well. Which would essentially just mean if we're not matching our current lean target, then we want to do, you know, leaning and shit. Which is, yeah, what we're about to fuck with. Which is in here. Balance, maybe. So target lean, current lean. This will do some talk in world space degrees, but we also need to give like an additional... I don't even know how to put it. Let's also unhook that for now. So this is our difference in lean. How am I to convert that to facing? Well, no, it's not even. It is relative to the movement, right? Because we want it to go. Well, no, it's like almost like a fucking world space. Because, like, if I'm sitting here and I want to lean to the left, then I need to know that, yeah, you need to tilt your feet this way and make one leg shorter than the other. And then you will end up falling that way. How do I do it in here? We're getting the... Or maybe this is version. I just thought it would be cool as, you know. Basically, just I got sick of having to like fake physics interaction with characters and stuff. So I did a test, which was same concept, slightly different implementation. It was using a ball instead of feet. But yeah, just like a fully self-balancing, you know, simulated moving character that can like slip and fall over and like, you know, friction and yeah. Oops, wrong button. So then, yeah, I just wanted to, because this has a few, like, limitations that you just can't overcome. Like, being static on a slope. Because the point of the sphere is infinitesimally small. And then also stairs just don't. You know, they just don't cooperate, basically. So I just thought, you know what? We can just replace the ball with feet. Feet that just kind of go around in circles and whatnot. And that's where we are now. But we have to figure out a bunch of shit, basically. Such as the... target lean, current lean. This is going to give us the desired thingo, you know, direction and thingo that we want to go in. So what does this actually give us? So that will give us an X and a Y. Of how to get back that way. But that's only in... how can I convert that to local space? Or, like, do I even need to? That's velocity crossed with the up vector. I guess it would be... Oh no, is it even the... No, it would be the facing. The facing crossed with... Not the up vector, but the target. And that would then give us some degree. You know, how many degrees do we want the feet to be rotated? Because, like, it's easy to get the character to balance, but it's just about, like, when are we applying that balance, and do we only want to balance forward and back, or left and right, or whatever. Because, like, if we go in here and we say, hey, like, you know, just add part of the character's rotation. And it would be down here as well. That should be 1.5 as well. Then this will just, like, ensure that the character always stabilizes by moving, you know, if we're leaning that way, well, we make this leg longer so that we fall that way, you know. But any points if it was done over. Well, that's what I want to avoid doing. As in, you mean like, as in just making the character float a bit to keep them stabilized? Or do you mean like water? Like water-related buoyancy? But yeah, I specifically want to avoid kind of like tethering the character to a balloon to keep them upright. Because, like, a lot of games do that, but it doesn't feel great. Yeah. So we want to only use torque because we don't want to, like, generate brand new forces. Everything that we do as humans, you know, all of our movement is a product of gravity and friction, and that's it. Lowering center of gravity make them... Yeah. Yeah, if they're, like, really struggling, then yeah, we can add an offset to the feet, which would be... Maybe just be here somewhere. Well, don't let foot in anus. Yeah, so if we just, like, subtracted 30, then we would get short... No, we'd get longer feet. We want to add 30. We want to subtract negative 30. But if I just things like that sounds like doing a real physics sim mixed with biomechanics. Well, it kind of is, but I'm happy to use torque to, like, stabilize to some extent. Because that doesn't really affect... Like, for example, let's say we wanted the character to jump. And, you know, usually what we would do... let me call this... crouch... Or appendage crouch offset. Equivalent to the application of off-axis force. Yes. Yes. However... well, okay, let's say we wanted to do an upward force to keep the character balanced. That would mean that while that's happening, the character would weigh less. And so if we were on a seesaw, and it was, you know, down, you know, like that, and then we leaned, and it was like, oh no, we need to apply an upward force to keep you upright, the weight of the character would change in that moment. Whereas if we just torque the character, keep in mind that torque only happens around the center of gravity of the body, that wouldn't frick with it as much. It wouldn't change the weight of the character, it only changes the torque. Yeah, let's just do like a funny little delay. One, two, three. Set this to 0. So like to make a character jump, we could apply an impulse, you know, or and if we did that, if we did apply an impulse, then you... Yeah, that should be okay. Nope, he's not happy. Wait, oh, there it is. So yeah, so like... In this case, if we were just using thrusting forces, then... Okay, ignore the clipping through the thing. Essentially, I just want to completely avoid using linear forces. Like, we only want to use real springs and balance and all that kind of stuff. And then we can apply a little bit of torque just as, like, a final... You know, like... Because as humans, we can kind of just, like... We're kind of just magic, you know? We just do some shit that I can't be bothered modeling. And so if we just add torque, which is, like, it's kind of equivalent. Well, no, okay. So the thing with adding torque to a physics body is that it is kind of like a linear force, but if I wanted to torque this way, it would add it, you know, up here, that way, but here it would add it that way. And so the net... The net, like, linear force kind of cancels out. But obviously it, you know, it rotates the dude. So it's a lot sort of, not safer, but it's a lot more consistent. Because, yeah, we want stuff to happen like, you know, when we jump, we push the seesaw down below us. Whereas if we were using thrusting forces, like, you know, linear add impulse, then this wouldn't even care at all about that. It would just, you know, it would do this, right? If I just went like, ooh, then it's just like, no, it just, you know, that weight just disappeared from it. So yeah, no linear. That's my one rule with this project, is no add linear force at location. Unless it's something like the wind is blowing, something that's intangible. The wind is blowing and we want to apply it to our character so that they get blown off balance. That would be an application of it, but that's obviously not to do with balancing the character and stuff. You're going for torque to approximate all the leg and ass muscles and arm counterweights for our real bodies. Yeah, exactly. Microscopically instantaneous. Yeah, exactly, Ninja, but macroscopically, it's not. But yes, on a technical level, torque is at any given instant is a linear force, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I will actually be doing hands, like hands and arms, for bipeds so that they can crawl. As well as, like, you know, if they're on a slope, big slope, then... Oh, he's not happy about that. No, stop falling, bro. Stop it. You shit. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. I'll be right back. And we are back. Hello, hello. Right, we were setting that to bed. Okay, so... Be stable. So this is what I mean about the friction. The friction's way better. Oops, he hath fallen. Get up. Okay, so what the fuck was I doing again? Yeah, so here's the thing, right? If we are... We probably only want the tilt. Of the... Well, no, because if we're moving that way, but we want to turn, or like, start going that way, we'd need to make this foot slightly shorter. We thought we have several dynamic walking simulators, which should also have some of the pure physics of the simulation of friction. Top of the ground for slipping. But only there's being a tuning problem. You have to tune your strengths and springs, basically legs. What's your perspective of this? Yes. That's all I got. I mean, yeah, a lot of it is tuning. Like 99% of it. Well, okay, maybe not 99%. It's like 50% calculating a bunch of rotations and vectors and shit. Then 50% tuning, and then 50% another thing. I don't know. Luck, basically. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So when I'm doing forward vector, right vector, I'm pretty no, because that. So that's going with pretty much everything, and that's for everything that is character facing movement. Blah 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 blah. And so all of these guys are the current character, you know, movement, pitch, movement relative pitch and roll, and then the forward vector pitch and roll. And so that's what's actually doing our, you know, as we move forward. Well, no, because I've got this stabilization happening. But it's like, if we want to be falling forward, so yeah, I can't just do a static, this kind of thing, right? This needs to be a separate variable that can then be added to do stuff. Same with these guys. So now we're just going to fall over. There. So yeah, so we need to be able to turn our desired... Well, do I ever... I do use them at some points here. I could maybe do a... Instead of using target lean and the current up vector, maybe I could just do, you know, XY roll pitch, and we convert this. Yeah, instead of a... Well, this is the target lean vector. This is where we want it to be going. But we should probably convert the target lean... should I do it out here? Or in here? Probably on the outside. So how are we going to convert our dude to a thing? Well, I don't fucking know. What's this outputting us? It's some fucked up vector. Why is the Z -10? It doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, it would probably help if this was actually a fucking... You know, a vector. Well, no, I mean, that doesn't actually matter. We just want the XY from the up vector. So we don't even worry about the Z. So now we just have an XY. Oh, hell yeah, Elmarath. Hell yes. I'm happy to hear it. So this is how much we want to balance. So how the fuck do I convert this into a thing? No, what is that? cross vector. Well, look, I cross that with up vector. That just gives us a torque XYZ to do. What would U be spitting out? This is like degrees that would need to be turned. And it's nothing. Right, because that would always be... Yeah. What's up, Vector? Nice. NMU. So this is going to give us a vector, which should just be counteracting, yeah, where we're trying to fucking go. I don't know how it goes super skits, but... I'm guessing this is just... Oh, that's good. Fucking 10. Why you do this? Maybe I should work in degrees. Or, sorry, roll and pitch relative to the guy. Right, we harness him in place. So, if you were... That needs way more damping. If we're going this way... Well then, wait, why are you skitzing? target movement vector xy and the actual velocity. Right, and then that's going to give us target lean vector. Okay. So let's just say that's fucking up for now. Then why does that go down to 0? That should just constantly be going, right? That shouldn't care about the... Is the up vector doing something fucked? No, you're just normal up vectoring. And the target lean vector is obviously just straight up. Yep. So then why would the target is that, the current is that? So this should just be, yeah, like the proportional. Oh, but I guess the change in proportional changes it. That's what you going to. So wait, if this was just no derivative, then this should just be a constant, yeah, like that. Like if we're going there, then we're fucked. If we're going there, then go that way. Then the derivative is gonna say, hey, you should do that less. Right, so it can overshoot it slightly, but then, yeah, the change rate of the error dampens it. So then how do we turn this into a roll left-right? Oh, you know, roll and or fucking thing. So this is, again, this is the difference between the target and the not target. Well, if we were stuck facing that way, I mean, we could do rotate vector. So, like, this is left and whatever the fuck it is. And then just, like, rotate vector. Based on capsules Z. Then that should spit out something. Don't fucking really know. Find out. So if we are facing this way, we go like that. It says Y. There's some value. Negative Y, and then this way would be X, positive, negative X, but then if we were rotated, so we're now facing this way. If I did it like that, no, right. Well, okay, if I do it locally, that's just X, no Y, and then this would just be Y. That's tilt back forth. And then if I did it globally into like the fuck zone or whatever, then yeah, we get some fucked up shit. But that should give us our X and Y, you know, balanced, lean, offset, somethings. So let's call this character facing pitch offset. And that's a float. And then duplicate. This is the roll offset. Put you above. So you... Well, then there's also the matter of scaling it. But whatever, don't... Oops. No, you go there. And you... will be this guy. You are him. He is him. Now, these aren't actually, like, do I need to convert these to degrees? Probably. Well, no, because it is kind of an arbitrary value. But also, these are vectors. But it is just that X. You know what? I'll fucking do it anyway. Yes. So then pitch offset. Oops, don't you dare. Engine, what are you doing? You're being naughty. I'm guessing it tried to autosave at the same time as doing something. It'll unfreeze. It would have crashed by now if it was gonna crash. How is everyone, by the way? How's everyone doing? Wait for this to unfreeze. You made an infinite loop with those last execution pins connected to each other in a loop. It shouldn't. It shouldn't allow that. You know what? Let's just task manager. Fuck this guy up. Enhance. Enhance. There's a cat. Hmm? You do or I do? I thought it was girl. Oh, yeah, no, it's lady cat. She's in girl cat spot. She's evil. Alright, we can go wide. If I still have it. Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that did do an infinite. Right, I turned infinite loop detection off at some point. Which, you know, is silly, but fuck it. Right, let's see if our rotation... So that's saying, oh yeah, do like 30 degrees or some shit. That's probably too much. Let's take the proportional down. So this is just the roll relative to the facing of the character. Alright, so you've at 45 degrees. Is that the pitch? It is the pitch, okay, yeah. Oh wait, why has it become the roll there? That's the roll, bro. Wait, that's roll. You know, that doesn't make sense. Why would it 45 degree tilt? Would it change? Should it be unrotate vector? Okay, cool. So then this is just the wrong way around. Facing roll. We're going to call these balance offset. So again, that's pitch. Yep. And then if I rotate 45 degrees and we lean forward, yep. That does nothing. Cool. We then go to 90 and we just do, oh, that's pitch. Yeah. Okay. So that's dece. So then character facing pitch, balance, offset. Do we ever care about this relative to the movement? I don't think so. No, we just... So in our determine feet position... appendage targets... So this is where we want our roll offset. And the pitch offset. So this is to stabilize the stand upright. Well, this is add extra offset to reach target lean vector. So what's going on here is we have the terrain stuff, terrain facing roll, which is kind of the baseline. So I'll move these over to here. So then these... now, should these be... No, I guess it is world space, kind of. So this is rotate feet to match the terrain as a baseline. And then add extra of the target lean vector. Now, what the fuck's this all coming from? This is the yaw. So this is rotating the strides itself, or themselves. Rotate the trajectory of the strides to match the terrain plus additional offsets to influence the balance. Wait, hold on. This is just for the feet. No, is it? Make transform. Location is here. So that should be here where we're doing that shit. So this bit here is taking in feet. Yeah, this is the rotation. So this is just for foot shit. Fuck me dead. Alright. Oh, I guess I'm saying rotate feet to match terrain as baseline. Okay. Add extra foot rot offset to reach, to influence leaning. Yeah, okay, so that rotates feet to match the terrain as a baseline. Then add extra offset to influence leaning. And then this is just build target rotation for feats. The thing with the yaw... Also, I've been wide for way too long. The thing with the yaw of the feet... Oh, what the fuck does that mean? Why am I combining yaw with yaw? Oh, I'm not even, like, doing this. Although, actually, no, do I need... Do I even need either? I probably need that, right? Yeah, I need to rotate it by the character yaw. Well, look, let's just press this. And we do terrain, and it's like, yeah, we move defeat. We move and defeat, up to down. So the feet try and match the thing, basically. Yep. However, if we then lean over this way, the feet are doing the wrong thing. They should be facing roll balance offset. It should be like the negative of that. Although I have a feeling for some reason the pitch will be inverted. Because why the fuck wouldn't it? Pitch. Yep. Pitch is that way. Cool. Thanks, Unreal. Yo, Mydrung, how's it going? Okay, so now if we're leaning forward, then we will do some foot stuff to not lean forward, and if we're leaning backwards, we will do foot stuff to not lean backwards, and then if we're going sideways, our feet should, yeah, they should try and not do that. However, let's pretend for one moment that our target lean vector is norm allies. Our target lean vector is slightly... It's like 45 degrees forward, right? You can see that our character is like, hey, bruh, we need you to, like, fucking do this. We need you to lean forward. So, this is what would happen. Yeah. That's all I got. And we probably want it dampened and... Or maybe the proportion should be less? Or does it even need a derivative? Because it's not actually a... Yeah, and then by the time we reach 45 degrees, it's now just flat with this stuff. So, God, I don't know. I'll just set it to UE5. But then I don't even think I need a controller for it. Unless we're then adding torque and we need dampen to do. Alright, so if we now... Sorry, this is just with the feet stuff. Just the feet rotations into account. So now we do this. Well, okay, the character tries to lean forward. And then fucking dies. If that was 0. Now the character wants to go straight up. And now they're just not happy. Is it because it needs to go to 1? Okay. So that does balance. Then we just need the balance shit to do sound appendage targets. Wherever our... ensure the legs don't get longer. Fucking blah, 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 blah. So this is, again, this is our baseline. Baseline. Oh. Adjust legs to... leg length to match terrain. As baseline. So then this would be not the facing roll, this would be roll balance offset. That doesn't even need a thing. So this is there to adjust leg length to influence lean towards target lean. I say balance towards target lean. And that might need some extra fucking thing. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, now it should just not fall over. And if it like starts to fall over that way, it'll adjust so that it's like, yeah, this leg should get longer, and then as it reaches stable again. Yeah, because it's like, oh yeah, we're leaning that way. Well, okay. Aside from that, we're leaning this way. Let's lean that way instead, using our feet. So if it's like this, it's not going to match the terrain perfectly. It's going to make the left leg slightly longer so that it falls in that direction. And the feet do the same kind of thing. The other thing would then be... I guess if we're moving back or forward... No, I guess it's just the feet at that point. Because I think we always want the stride to be flat with the ground. So let's just see if we were walking. Movement speed 150. Targets, that would be here. Oh, shit. Why are they not going? Step length 80. Am I setting that to be 0 somewhere? Nope. Step length 80. Stride movement speed 150. Ah. Zeroing it in there. Okay, so we should be doing walking stuff. And then if this is like that, it's like, yep, we're cool. We cool. Just doing normal walking things. If we're like that, it's like, yep, cool. However, if we are, let's say we're walking forward, but we want to be facing upright. So then if we do this, then it's going to make our right leg slightly longer so that we balance back to this point. Then I want to know if we do it this way. I don't think we want to affect it in this direction. I think we just want the feet. Not even the feet, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. Otherwise, we might lose our grip. And we're not getting the full leg length. So that would mean that in here... Oh, wait, hold on. You know what might be getting fucked is this. Yeah, okay. So now if we go forward, yeah, the feet should always be moving straight along the floor. Like that. Because then we get maximum grip and it's a known... like travel distance, you know. There's one more thing that I maybe want to experiment with, and that is I don't know. Some degree of... So, like, here we do it so it sticks out our arse, but if we didn't do that, and we just did the Z, then when we lean forward, our feet would stay, like, kind of below us, but then it's... No, then we can't really... No, that's not it, that's not it. Ignore that. We need it to be sticking out our arse so that our center of gravity can actually go off center. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm wondering if the more we're trying to move, do we, like, when we're moving, do we really want to be rotating our feet like that? I feel like we only want to be adjusting with our feet when we are stationary. So like plant versus stride. Plant is... You can't... There's no fucking 1 minus, is there? Yeah, I think when we're moving, we really don't want to fuck with the feet. We just want the feet to have, like, a good contact with the floor. I feel like rotating the feet is going to, like, push us off the ground, you know, instead of walking along it. Plant versus stride, that also depends on... Or is that more of a movement speed related thing? I could maybe use the movement speed. Be like between 0 and 100, we go from 1 to 0. Maybe even to 50. So yeah, if moving, don't tilt the feet. Why the fuck is it tilting the feet? Should be 0, so that should be... Oh, no, I'm dumb as fuck. It's this guy. Sweet. What are you up to, Mydron? How's the tree chopping going? I want to do fun stuff. Why am I stuck doing really dumb, stupid, insane shit? Yes, I know. Alright, so we're moving, so we no longer do the thing. Dropping loot now? Hell yeah. See, I don't know, even here, we're tilting the feet. I'm just thinking, like, how else would we do it? Like, how else, if we're running this way, and we wanted to lean that way? I mean, that's kind of the only way would be to just make one leg longer than the other. Probably. Okay, so these are additional balancy boys. And then we can also cheat using some torque. Okay, so this is to do all this shit here is make character lean. So essentially force the character to go off balance, then one, we want to make feet go round to stabilize character. So what happens if I hit play? Okay, we skits out because we're trying to move. Sorry, I'm playing RuneScape. It's more important. I'm doing more important things. Fuck, what am I? Who am I? Yeah, I actually want to put that back to 0. Well, no, target movement vector XY should be doing most stuff. Which again, this is the character's target movement XY. Which then gets smoothed here. And then the smoothed target velocity XY. Well, that doesn't actually directly determine the speed. The speed is a... Well, I guess there's a target stride speed. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Let's go step length to be 120. He is dancing, obviously. I don't know why it's spazzing so much. Why is he so angry? I'm not actually setting that anywhere. Oh, is it the talk here? No. Why is it so fucked? What's going wrong? That stuff doesn't matter. Unless it does. But I don't think it does. I know, it could very much be that. That's taking in the target movement vector XY. That should be taking the smooth target XY. And the current velocity XY. Oh, absolute velocity. And then the target acceleration, which we then turn into a lean vector. Which shouldn't be getting normalized. Maybe that's where it's going fucky. Yeah, why? What's wrong with it? Okay, if they were just set to 0, is it still... Okay. So it is those additional things that are fucking it up. So we get current target acceleration. Absolute velocity is the center of gravity. First grandchild was born on Saturday. Hell yeah! Epic old moment. That's lit. Congrats. Oh. Not even 45 years per episode. Nice, nice. Like rabbits. You turn into Eminem when reading a chat. Right, when I when I talk really fast. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, so I know why this is skitzing. It's because the velocity... Oh god, yeah, how am I gonna fucking... Do I need to smooth the... Well, no, that's an acceleration. Which is always bound to be a bit fucking fucky. Yeah, maybe we just do that. And that gives us our target lean vector. Well, then that's what this is. This is our balance PID. So then if we say, hey, give us these fucking offsets and shit, bro. Then... What's causing it to gigafuck? I think we might need to smooth the velocity. Calc, center of gravity. Character center of gravity location. Character absolute velocity is get character absolute velocity v interp 2 current target spam spam So that should just be a more stable velocity. Because, yeah, like... I mean, I could just use the capsule center of gravity as our center of gravity, but it's also like when we start balancing, if we've got like something attached to us, that alters our center of gravity, so then our balance vector is different. Yeah, the collisions between the feet is annoying. I was wondering if any... I know there's a plugin on the Fab called Disable Collision. Because, like, here's the thing, right? If I have a physics constraint, wherever it is, I don't know, appendage array, get, break, leg joint. I can disable collision. If true, the collision between two rigid bodies of the constraint will be disabled. So that's like welding, kind of. It just disables between two specific things, disables collision. So ideally, I'd want to do that with the feet of the character. You know, the feet against the other feet and leg. But you can't just do that for some reason. They don't let you. And I really don't want to have to do something really stupid, like have a separate collision channel called left feet and right feet and front left and front right feet, and give them their own collision so that left feet don't collide with other feet or themselves. But I do want them to collide with other physics bodies and also other characters' feet. Like, they should be able to trip each other up. So, I don't know. Maybe I could just disable collision, like, give them a, an appendage object type, and then disable all, you know, appendages have no collision with other appendages, appendagee. I don't know. I mean, for now, I could just say, like, does it ignore component? No, that only works for, like, kinematic movement, like the character movement stuff. Not for physically simulated stuffs. Also, hi sub, how's it going? How's work? How's real life work? Actually, I've been kind of real life working. I haven't been streaming in like a year. Because I've been housing. I've been house going. Let's see. Appendage array. Miss the streams? Me too. I'm glad to be back. Initialize component. Let's do... Initialize all appendages. Let's go appendage array. And just like... I'm gonna have to make a custom... you know, I can just disable them against physics objects for now. But, yeah. I'll be right back. One sec. Hello, I'm back. Alright, let's go for each. For each dude. Let's just fucking go. Leg collision, set collision. Nope, set. Collision object type. You are going to be called physics body. Same. Actually, I can do this, can't I? Ugh, feels wrong. And then set response to Chanel. Channel physics body, ignore. And then, yeah, maybe that's why an examiner character can only go straight and forward. I mean, yeah, maybe. Alright, let's see if we... Yeah, okay, so we're now just ignoring collision with one another, which is handy. Should probably also set the capsule. Capsule. No. You know what? The feet should just never bump the capsule anyway, so... If we do that, then it's our fault. Alright, where the fuggles are we guggling? I don't know, this is all fucking fuckoed. So we want another PID. This one's called the Stride PID. So, this is the stride movement, which is different to the other thing. Probably. Yeah. How was I doing this in balls? So we had a target, velocity target. And the current velocity is this yellow one. Which is based on our center of mass. So yeah, the current stride and the current velocity aren't the same because... Yeah, our feet are obviously doing different stuff to the center of gravity because we're tilting and shit. There's also the stride acceleration, which is... Stride acceleration determines... So this should be... WDF. Defing. This should be getting the... Not the target lean vector, but the current lean vector. Which we're just going to say is the up vector. But it should really be the stable vector. So this is the target. No. Where's our ball man? Figure out how fast our balls need to be moving linearly to catch up to the shaft. Well, that's kind of easy for us because... yeah, so the target is 0 because we're leaning and we want to not be leaning, basically. Okay, does our mass vector minus that gives us the thingo. Delta's delta. So this gives us the stride acceleration. This gives us the target stride linear velocity. And we add the acceleration to that. Yeah, that gets added each update. And that's already delta-ed. So, target 0, up vector. It should only be XY anyway. The output of that. So we have the target stride XY. Target stride velocity XY. Ow. So we're going to get that. We're going to add the acceleration. And then we're going to set that. There. And then that gets converted to a linear velocity. And then this bit here, the current velocity acceleration, we added to it. That was just to do a bit of like back tilt. And then that was actually set the angular velocity target, which is just a conversion, which we don't need to do because we're already linear. So then, and what were the actual dudes in here? 0.2 and 0.05. So that's like a big swinger. So it's target stride velocity XY, and that's kind of all it needs to be. Then in our stride... well, okay, then... okay, from here, then we get the... well, this isn't target stride velocity XY. It's like the... well, I mean, I guess it is. Yeah, whatever. So then we have the stride, current stride movement speed per second is this. Then we have the current step length, which is some, you know, range mapping. Map range clamp. So if we're not moving, then our step length should be 20. And then as we start moving, 120. I don't know. Something like that. Then we don't have to do this shit. That's the smooth target velocity XY. But this shit can fuck off. Don't you... okay. For a second I thought the engine crashed because it didn't delete the stuff, but it's just because sometimes it doesn't let you delete things until you've compiled. So then in our determine appendage targets, we want to use not the smooth target velocity XY. We want to use the stride target velocity XY. And then everything else is just set by the speed and the step length. Alright, let's see how fucked up this is so far. Okay, we instantly die. Sweet, sweet. And we're instantly dead again. Really good. We're doing great. I think the main thing is... we are... like the uppity downdity of the... in here. It is the... yeah, okay, here. Oops. Okay, stop falling down. You're better than this. Lean forward. No, you bitch. What's causing it to fall backwards, I wonder? Is it just the gigaspaz at the very start? Because that is saying, like, yeah, go that way, bro. Like, definitely go that way. Which is are all our feet stuff getting footed? Transfer movement speed from 0 to 550. Do the thing. Let's just say balance offset. Why can't I see the fucking default on here? There we go. I'm guessing it's yeah, something to do with the first frame. First frame, something is getting giga fucked. Size stable vector is up. Contact center of mass vector is up. Oh, this is the old one. What am I doing? And then why will he not stabilize? Wait, no, it's current stride movement speed per second, 0, blah, blah, blah. Let's just do this always for a sec. Okay, bro, why won't you just... Alright, let's plug in the cheat codes. Here. you bitch. Are we sure that that's supposed to be... Like, I feel like if I wanted to go this way, then this should be way bigger. So why are they not bigger? Okay, now it's just fucked. Because it's setting this to be some stupid big value. Set you back to 1. Oh, okay. What would this acceleration look like? So current lean vector. Okay, stop doing that. No, stop doing that too. No, fucking die. What the fuck? Okay, if we were... No, that's the wrong... Where's global? There, okay. Pitch. Nope. Roll. Okay, this way. So our current lean vector is not that. Fucking hell. Get up, you piece of shit. Alright, let's no talking. Yeah, so that's what's the current lean. But then some amount of that is in degrees.
Okay, so then... Oh, what are you doing? I need to follow, but yeah, fuck it. See, if I wanted to go forward, then we get the target lean. Which the target... So wait, we've got absolute velocity, smooth target velocity. Then we get an acceleration from that. Then we use that to make a target lean vector, which is our up vector. XY is the current, the target is that one. Is that just too thingoed? Oh no, that's desired movement vector. So why is that not adjusting these guys? Smooth target velocity XY. That definitely exists. That's what we're using here, right? Yeah. So it's like, oh, big number. But then the current character absolute velocity is, well, it should be 0 right now. So then our acceleration should be, yeah, like 300 to... yeah, like 400. So then if we divided that by this, and then we said... oh. Am I just dumb as fuck? That could be it. Yeah, it could be that I'm just dumb as fuck. Right, now those values are fucking huge. Now we're just getting too much skits. Because these values are just too... wacky. Do we want it to be slower and like more dampened? That was better, but still not ideal. What's that even like? I don't know, does it even need a PID? If anything, we should just be like... any up, down, left, right. Because, like, even if we tilt our feet really, like, fucking really hard, it doesn't actually matter. It's almost like we want to take this lean vector
And instead of like scaling it linearly with the whole time, like if it's like the tiniest bit to the left, well then we want to tilt our feet by like 5 degrees maximum or something. We don't have to, like, if we're leaning this way, we don't have to tilt 45 degrees with our feet. We just tilt them 1 degree more than flat at all times, and we will move over. I don't know. That should be positive 2. That should be negative 2. I don't remember. Oh no, because what's happening? Because our character. We want to go that way. No, I guess we do want it to pretty much be like a fixed offset in angle. But now they're just too fucky. Why are they skitzing so much?
Now, see, that's not even it. Because what's that saying? It's saying that our target acceleration is should be zeroed in. Wait, what am I even putting into here? Target lean vector, which is just a big fucking. Yeah, so that was then going into here. We're then doing this and actually setting them, obviously. So that's the roll. So that should be. Well, we probably wanted it, yeah, 1.5. Or at least more than 1. Because then it should, in theory. Fuck's sake. Just, bro. Stop it. That should be as we move down. No, see, that should be. The pitch should whoosh. Should be whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I yeah. Haha. My brain's just mush. The brain is mush. Yeah, it's hard to get the leaning stuff because it's like, if it's just trying to match the ground. I mean, maybe it's more that like, yeah, when we are stationary, or when we're trying to be stationary, our feet should, yeah, definitely be like counterbalancing so that we can lean and, you know, this to like lean and whatever. But then as we start moving, it shouldn't really be doing that. Because when we're moving, we should be using the movement of our feet. I guess we kind of have to do that sideways as well. Yeah, I don't know. We'll keep going with it. Yeah. But I want nachos. I want some nachos. Ah, also, the project exported the plugins. It'll be fine with the Fab review. Basically, update these. Sorry, Amarath, I'm just looking at your code thinger. Hell yeah. Alright, Pog, I'm gonna test that. Test it and then ship it. And then we're good to Prismate Escape 5.7. Pogging and champing. But we're gonna raid out. Yeah, I need to think about the feet more. I need to think about feet again. I think now that we've disabled the collision between the feet, it'll be a lot less messed up. But yeah. Who do we want to raid? Who would we like to raid? Shawnee B is on. Yeah, you know, we'll go Shawnee. Seanie B. Alright, well, thanks everyone for hanging out. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow, because it is Wednesday, my dudes. And for some reason, I don't stream on Wednesdays very often. I think I like to do 2 on, 1 off. 2 on. Or something. I don't know. I need to think about feet more. You know? No, I'm joking here, but let's say you find out this self-balancing movement. How do you integrate combat animations into system car grasp? That's a great question. Part of it is that the combat animations have to be quite realistic. So no, like, giga flips and whatnot. But we can extract the foot movement from, you know, let's say it's like an attack, where like it's an attack, but we step to the side. We can extract the movement and the acceleration and the target velocity of the root motion, and then feed that in to the thingo. And it should, you know, it will adjust the lean. It'll adjust the acceleration and therefore the lean to generate that movement, like the root motion movement, and then the feet can do the feet stuff. But yeah, for like some more advanced animations, we can do, we can like kind of not lock the rotation, but torque the capsule to match how it should. But that'll be part of the fun. That's part of the fun and the experiment. But I have faith. I have faith, you know. I have faith. Shader Jesus died for our sins so that I could physically walk. But you know what they say, hero? You need to walk before you can run. Or something. So... yeah. Alright. Goodbye, everyone. See you all next time. Goodbye. Enter the